Great God of wonders, all thy ways, displayed and attributes divine, but the bright glories of thy grace, above thine honor, wonders shine. Who is a pardoning God like thee, or who has grace so rich and free? Heavenly Father, I come to thee with whom thou well please. Thy right hand and intercede on behalf of God. In that precious name, that wonderful name, that mighty name, I praise with praise, with honor, glory, and with majesty, and kindness towards us. I thank you for the gift, O Lord, and truly say, grateful. Thank you, Lord, for witnesses to life in our life. Conscious in see, we can talk, even for keeping. We thank thee for knowledge, for wisdom and understanding given to us on this day, this 10th day of May, in our Savior's wonderful name. O Lord God of life, I bring to thee all the honorable men and women of this, who are the elected, the nominated, and selected servants of this honorable house. Indeed, O Lord, thou knowest the intent of their hearts. May it be that of love, of peace, of gentleness, and goodwill among themselves, with hands across the assembly as committed servants for the people whom they serve. Heavenly Father, thou knowest from whence we came. Thou knowest our tribes, our family, in our household. May the servants of the people, in the quest to serve the citizens and residents of the Federation with distinction, with justice and with fairness, putting country above self, seeking your guidance in all that they do, to the best of their knowledge and understanding, O Lord, putting country above self. Heavenly Father, I bring to thee the honorary Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of this Assembly, that thou will grant them the ability to exercise their duty to conduct the business of the Assembly in accordance with the principles, the rules, and the orders with fairness to all in attendance. God of all grace and mercy, I pray that the members of this Assembly will seek your that they will respect each other and conduct themselves with prudence in accordance with the rules, the regulations, the orders of the Assembly, with fairness all in their course of action, with words of comfort and encouragement. O Lord God of heaven and earth, I pray that the matters presented and discussed today will be to the benefit of the citizens and residents of this Federation. With your blessings, these things I humbly ask, with thanksgivings, in our Savior's precious name. Amen. Amen. May all join me with the Lord's Prayer at this time. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead Madam Speaker, with your permission, may I take this opportunity to extend to all the mothers in our hearing this morning by radio, by viewing, and those in various platforms. To all the grandmothers, the mothers, and mothers-to-be, may you enjoy your time with sincere love, joy, peace, and happiness, the blessings of the Lord of life, as you continue your journey on a daily basis. This special day, we say, Happy Mother's Day to you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless.
Thank you kindly, Pastor Evelyn. You may be seated. I recognize the Honourable Member St. Christopher III, Leader of Government Business.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I would like to move a motion to have the order paper amended by removing in Section O on the public business second reading, the second reading of the Companies Amendment Bill 2024, again, I move a motion to have the order paper amended by removing from Section O on the public business bill second reading, Companies Amendment Bill 2024, and Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that the order paper be amended to remove under the item public business the bills shortly entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2024 as well as the Non-Government Organizations Amendment Bill 2024. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Confirmation of minutes.
Minutes are deferred.
Messages from the Governor General.
There are no messages from the Governor General.
Announcements by the Speaker.
We have a few notices by way of apologies. We have apologies from the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5, and the Honourable Member for Nevis 9, all of whom will be absent today with notice. We also have late apologies received in advance from the Honourable Senator, Dr. Clark, as well as the Honourable Eric Evelyn for Nevis 10. Those are the announcements.
Presentation of papers and of reports from committees. Petitions. Government notices. Unofficial notices. Questions. Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to just make a few short updates to say that tomorrow I'll be hosting a cocktail for Nurses Week. So I just want to inform the nurses as well at Carambola. So the nurses are invited there. I also want to say from the Ministry of Health, health perspective, that today we will be introducing a new service at JNF Hospital, which is a service that will be headed by the triage officers or triage officers, depending on how you pronounce it. Those officers are officers who will see you within 15 minutes in getting into the emergency room. And thus, for a very, very long time, that sometimes people can go to the hospital, and if the nurses and doctors behind are extremely busy, then people might have to wait sometimes an hour or more in the emergency room. As we stand, I can say we are better than a lot of places in North America with wait time. But we believe we can cut the wait time to the shortest wait time in the Caribbean, and I believe it will be the shortest wait time before you see a health professional, possibly in the whole Western Hemisphere. So I'm going to the hospital at the inauguration ceremony. We'll also be offering for the first time a new service at JNF called the EEG, electroencephalogram. That is a machine that tests the brain waves. So it helps to test to see if you have epilepsy, seizures, and other types of brain diseases. So that was but we have already tested and prepared the machinery. So that will be a new type of machine that we'll be using for the very, very first time in St. Kitts, because for the very, very first time we have a resident neurologist, which is a specialist that deals with the brain and the nerves as well. Madam Speaker, as you know, yesterday we enacted, when we passed the bill, the amnesty period. I want to take this opportunity to ask all of our people in St. Kitts and Nevis to join the call for people to hand in their illegal firearms and ammunitions. That can be done at any police station. That can also be done. So the people were hearing me?
It said it wasn't English properly.
So, Madam Speaker, forgive me, but I'll start over. Yes, I understand, but I'll start over. No, they're trying their best, and I want to thank them for that. Right, so I started by, let me start from the aspect of talking about health. I mentioned that St. Kitts and Nevis will have the shortest wait time. I've looked at it carefully. For any health institution where someone comes into a hospital, let me say hospital, to be seen by a healthcare professional. So today we are launching the triage officers for the first time in JNF Hospital. These officers are a combination of senior nurses and doctors and medical practitioners, and they would see anybody who comes into the emergency room within 15 minutes to a half hour, a healthcare professional. That is a tremendous, tremendous feat. It will save lives and it would improve medical care, Madam Speaker. The other thing I want to bring to the people's attention is that we are launching today an EEG machine, electroencephalogram, which tests the brain waves so that diseases of the brain can be detected. So it will help to diagnose stuff like epilepsy, or fits, as we call it in St. Kitts and Nevis, because for the first time we have a resident neurologist, that is a doctor who deals with nerves and the brains, and this is the first time we have this type of machine in St. Kitts and Nevis. So it will help tremendously, Madam Speaker. Also want to say that from my perspective, I received a new fire engine that will principally be at the airport. We have also brought in equipment or new engine for one of the older ones, and we'll be able engines, or at least have it to their disposal. So that service will improve significantly. But also to inform the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that we have done testing on the old fire station, and we are informed that the fire station basically should be condemned. I visited there, we saw what the place was, had public works going, they did an analysis, and the report is back. So we'll have to move the fire officers to a different space, and we have to condemn that building and build a new fire station. So I just wanted to inform the people of that one as well. I also went on to speak about the fact that yesterday in Parliament, the bill was passed into law, and today we have the amnesty period. I want to encourage everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis who has an illegal firearm or ammunition to hand them in. You can hand them in without risk. You can also hand them in to a lawyer. No names will be collected. No other information will be asked. And I'm asking all organizations, I'm asking everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis to join the call to get these ammunitions and firearms off the street. It is critically important that we unite as a country and as a people to really deal with the scourge of these illicit firearms and ammunitions. I also want to, Madam Speaker, thank the Minister responsibility for water. I want to thank BEAD, the company that was involved. I want to thank the good people of Keyon and cabinet ministers, my own colleagues, the Water Department, led by Mr. Cromwell Williams, and all who were involved in the delivery of potable water that well, which is World Health Organization certified, and even by our own Bureau of Standards, that it is potable water, and we have delivered. So it was a national effort in order to get that done, Madam Speaker. So with those few words, I just wanted to update the country from the perspective of my ministries. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. Your mic, please, Honourable Member. The mic, please.
Madam Speaker, with your leave,
Yes.
I just want to probably extend the statement, I think the Prime Minister started, to inform the general public that for the first time in many years we have commissioned a new well in St. Kitts and Nevis in the Keyon area. The well can deliver in excess of 400,000 per day. Obviously, when we are first starting out, we are going to do it incrementally, and so we are starting at the lower level to pump the well, monitor its performance, etc. But it is now officially connected to the Keyon system. And so for the residents of Keyon, tonight, let me know if you have water. Let me know if you have water tonight, because we are supposed to now leave on the water tonight to do our tests of how well it is performing. It has been officially handed over today from the developers, so the government and the Water Services Department now takes responsibility for the well and how it is utilized. There is more work to be done. The tank size in Keyon is 200,000 gallons, which is under the size that is required in Keyon, and so we still don't have the ability to fill the tank and then divert the water with that pump elsewhere. We have to be pumping continuously. Size tank, which I want to inform the general public is going to be constructed shortly this year. The procurement process has begun for the building of, I think it's a 1 million gallon tank for the people of Keyon. Oh my, and as I am speaking, Mr. Prime Minister, if I will just put away this water that I was drinking here,
So which water you have there?
I'm going to put away that right now, Mr. PM. If you don't mind, you could get your glass,
Well,
no?
I'll put my glass here too.
Freshly delivered and right on time. No, that's my glass. I don't, next thing they say. So thank you for they bring it just on time. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. PM, take a stand. What is it? No, it's the light. And so congratulations to the people of Keyon, to the Prime Minister for the tremendous support that he has given the ministry. Without the support of the ministry and heavy request, and they have been there to support the efforts of the Water Service Department and my other ministries. So thank you, all the best to the people of Keyon.
And the budget increased by how much?
400%. I want to thank this Parliament for agreeing and approving the increase of our budget by over 400% over the last 2 budget cycles from where we met it. And I also want to say a special word of thank you. A special word of thank you to the people of Keyon who have endured for some time the plight of not having water. But this is just the start. We have other communities who have been living similarly in more recent times who do not have access to 24-hour water. We are actively working to resolve and bring relief to every single community in St. Kitts, bar none. And it is our commitment that within this administration, we will return to 24-hour, 7 days a week water supply for the people of St. Kitts. Congratulations, and I now take a drink of the Keyon freshly mineral water. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for St. Christopher 3. Are there any other statements?
Madam Speaker, may I ask for a brief moment, because we're getting word that we're not being heard.
Yeah, you're still getting this cutting in and out.
Right? So I just went behind. I am a bit useless in that regard. So if you may permit a 10-minute break.
Very well. House will rise for 10 minutes.
1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hello, the Shama Amor. Hello, mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Your favorite photographer? Yes, mic check.
sugar and so forth, and write up your clinical chart for you then to see the doctor. And so that will be in place. I also spoke about a new piece of equipment at JNF that deals with testing of the brain called an EEG, electroencephalogram, which is the first time we've had that in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we have a neurologist at the hospital, which is a doctor that deals with nerves and the brain and so forth. And so that service will be available to our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So those are two critical pieces of information I wanted to bring. And Madam Speaker, to reiterate the fact that we are now having the gun amnesty and to encourage all those who have illegal firearms and ammunition to hand them in to the nearest police station or to a police station or to a lawyer. And I'm asking the people of St. Kitts and Nevis to really rally around this amnesty in asking for those persons to submit this, their weapons, Madam Speaker, and ammunition. I also want to say, as the Minister would have demonstrated here, but just quickly to say that we are extremely happy that we have delivered potable water for the good people of Cayon. It has been a long-standing matter, and I want to thank the Minister for Water, Honorable Congress Maynard and his team at the Ministry, Cabinet colleagues, to thank BEAD, which is the company here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and BEAD, who is headed locally by Mr. Rollins Isaac from Cayon, for delivering this well. We had an excellent ceremony this morning to commission the well. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to update the Parliament and our people on those facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your leave to make a brief statement. In continuation of where the Prime Minister left off as Minister responsible for water, we are pleased to announce that this morning we indeed had the commissioning of the Cayon well, the latest well to be commissioned in St. Kitts and Nevis after quite some time. It is the deepest well. It is a well that can produce in excess of 400,000 gallons of water per day. But as we do everything, we are going to do its implementation in stages, starting at the lower end right now and over time building it up. The tank size in Cayon is a fairly small tank, 200,000 gallons. Procurement has begun for a 1 million gallon tank storage so that we can have enough water such that when we do servicing of the well and other things, the Cayon will not be affected. So we will have instances where we will have to take off the supply to do servicing that people might realize for a short moment it is down, but it's because we are improving our capacity in the area as well. Just when I was speaking the last time, presenting, I got a delivery from the Cayon well in this bottle. There's some water here, but apparently no one was able to hear us. So again, I want to raise a toast to the good people of Cayon after having a long, frustrating time of not having water. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister for his tremendous support. As the Prime Minister, the representative of the area, and the Minister of Finance. Without him, we would not be able to increase the budget by 400% for water. I want to thank this Parliament for approving that budget 2 years in a row for a total increase of over 400,000 gallons. And so, Mr. PM, we had thrown out some of, this is Cayon water here, mineral water, no filtration. This is straight from the well, pure. All the best, Mr. Prime Minister. To the people of Cayon, congratulations. In addition, of course, I want to report that the work now continues. There are other communities around the country that are severely affected by the lack of water. We are already working on solutions for them. We will address a situation that is in Shadwell with a well to see if we can get more potable water out of that. We are on the verge of starting construction for a 2 million gallon desal plant for the Bastia area. people will say, well, why you don't drill more wells? Because in reality, we have exhausted most of our well, or all of our well options in the Bastia Valley. If we draw any more on our aquifer, we endanger it for generations to come. So for the Bastia Valley area, we will move towards desalination water. Further west, maybe from halfway through Sandy Point, going around to Keon, we will be looking to be developing more water wells, such that we could have more instances like what we had in Keon today. The government has gotten approval to move to the project preparation phase for GCF funding, that is the Green Climate Fund funding, of $42 million grant. And that should be head to its final approval by the end of next year, hopefully, if all goes well. There is presently a construction of a 70,000-gallon desal plant that was donated by the UAE government. That is situated at Canada Industrial Site. Construction is expected to finish within 2 months or thereabout. So the work is ongoing, and we stick and will maintain our commitment to return St. Kitts to 24-hour, 7 days a week water. Keon, congratulations on being returned to 24-hour water. We have some work to do still to as I said, bolster the system in Keon, but this is an incredible start for the people of Keon. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. Are there any other statements? Very well.
Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of the National Assembly and moved by a minister. Public business. Bills, second reading.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to present before this Honourable House the second reading for a bill shortly entitled Visual Asset Amendment Bill, Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024, Madam Speaker, and to open the debate. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill to tighten up the provisions of the Virtual Asset Act, CAP 21.29, so as to comply with international obligations with respect to anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism financing. Very critical, Madam Speaker. The Financial Action Task Force, FATF, is the global money laundering and terrorist financing watchdog. The intergovernmental body sets international standards that aim to prevent these illegal activities and the harm they cause to society. As a policy-making body, the FATF works to generate the necessary political will to bring about national legislative and regulatory reforms in these areas. Madam Speaker, with more than 200 countries and jurisdictions committed to implementing them, the FATF has developed the FATF recommendations, or FATF standards, which ensure a coordinated global response to prevent organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. They help authorities go after the money of criminals dealing in illegal drugs, human trafficking, and other crimes. The FATF also works to stop funding for weapons of mass destruction. The FATF reviews money laundering and terrorist financing techniques and continuously strengthens its standards to address new risks such as regulatory and virtual assets, which have spread as cryptocurrencies gain popularity. The FATF monitors countries to ensure they implement the FATF standards fully and effectively and holds countries to account that do not comply, Madam Speaker. The CFATF, the Caribbean branch of the FATF, supports Caribbean countries in complying with FATF standards. St. Kitts and Nevis is proud to be generally compliant with FATF standards, and has follow-up assessment in November 2024. Therefore, this bill seeks to bring the Virtual Asset Act into compliance with the most recent FATF standards ahead of that compliance assessment, Madam Speaker. This will allow St. Kitts and Nevis to remain off the infamous FATF black and grey lists, of which 2 Caribbean countries are listed on the latter. Grey list countries are those that are actively working with the FATF to address strategic deficiencies in their regimes to counter money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Madam Speaker, with the FATF, when the FATF places a jurisdiction under increased monitoring, it means the country has committed to resolve swiftly the identified strategic deficiencies within agreed timeframes and is subject to increasing monitoring. An FATF member states and other international bodies will likely impose economic penalties and other restrictive measures against blacklisted and grey-listed countries. Madam Speaker, St. Kitts and Nevis actively updates its law to ensure compliance with FATF recommendations to remain off their list, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we are seeking to do here is to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis continues in good stead with international obligations in making sure that we do our part to protect our country from these type of crimes that can happen, Madam Speaker. In the bill, Madam Speaker, Section 3 strengthens the definitions of the persons ultimately in control of a virtual asset and a virtual asset business, Madam Speaker. And in Section 4, that provides the expenses of an auditor appointed by the Financial Services Regulatory Commission as regulator and shall be borne by the virtual asset service provider. And, Madam Speaker, Section 5 changes the administrative penalty for not filing renewal fees from $100 per day to $5,000 total. Madam Speaker, this bill is not a long bill at all. It is simple and straightforward, but it is significant because our country, we must not allow it to be blacklisted or grey-listed, because these listings have implications, Madam Speaker. And in a country where we are now practicing good governance, we are making sure that we also practice that good governance as it relates to regional and international bodies and obligations. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
If it pleases you, Madam Speaker. Okay, great. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my brief support to the very short bill, but very important bill. The Virtual Asset Act was passed in 2020. It was amended again in 2021. And now we are seeking to amend it again in 2024. The reason for the continuous amendment, Madam Speaker, is because the world of money laundering and terrorist financing moves very quickly. And therefore, our legislation must continue to evolve as the criminals evolve. And it is very important, and one of my tasks as Attorney General is to ensure that we do not get grey-listed and, God forbid, ever get blacklisted by FATF, which, as the member for number 8, the Honourable Prime Minister has said, is the watchdog internationally for anti-money laundering and terrorist financing. So what we have is a suite of legislation and amendments, some of which have been tabled already, some that are coming, so that when we are assessed in November, we can say to the FATF, we are compliant with all of the most recent FATF standards. And that is a simple task of this particular bill, which, as the Prime Minister said, is very short. There are only 3 sections, and all of those sections simply modernize even further in the space of 3 years our Virtual Asset Act, which is basically the act that regulates virtual asset cryptocurrency businesses in St. Kitts and Nevis. So the 3 sections are the strengthening of the definition so that the regulatory body could know who is the beneficial owner of the asset, of the virtual asset business. Also, the expenses, clarifying whether the expenses, when the regulator decides to audit a virtual asset service provider, those expenses are borne by the service provider, not the government, or the FSRC. And that the charges for administrative penalties, instead of being $100 a day, is a solid amount of $5,000 as a penalty. That's all this act seeks to do. It is not complex, and therefore I wish it safe passage, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Is there another presenter?
Let me just say, 2 minutes, sir.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 11.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise at this time, Madam Speaker, to lend my voice briefly to, this is just 2 pages, 1.5, I suspect. So, I believe it is an important bill, as short as it is. The amendments, I suppose, are meant to tighten the work that we are doing here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis to protect our country from being blacklisted, grey-listed, as was mentioned by the mover of the bill. But what I want to say, Madam Speaker, is, you know, I believe because of the efforts that we have made in this federation to pursue good governance over the years, and also to make sure that we provide a framework here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis where persons wanting or entities wanting to do business or any transaction with the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, they must be confident about who they're dealing with. And because of our efforts over the years, I would think that persons out there who are looking at us and looking at the progress we've made may seek to exploit in some shape or form, exploit our situation here because we have provided that type of framework whereby the ease of doing business, 1. 2, also I believe because we have sought to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis is peaceful, tranquil, and one of the best places on earth, I suppose. Whereas other countries are in turmoil, we're here, peaceful, loving country, open our doors to every and anyone who want to do legitimate business. We're open. So people may want to seek to exploit, and that is why the necessary amendments have to be made to ensure that we are, even though we are keeping that door open, it is open with conditions that you have to be willing to do what is necessary if you want to do business with us. So, Madam Speaker, if I were to go 1 more minute and say that one thing we have to be careful of, and that is why I'm so happy that we come here regularly to ensure that we're updating some of these laws, is that because of our nationals in the US, Canada, Europe, and those countries, people may seek to use them to exploit the conditions here as well too, because of them being nationals of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So all of these, in terms of bringing forward the names, what is said in the bill here, is that the amendment speaks to in section, or the amendment of section 2 speaks to what control means. Control means the power of a person, either alone or with an affiliate or relative or connected or other person, directly or indirectly, or an agreement or otherwise, to exert influence over the business and affairs of a virtual assets business, and the term controlling and controlling shareholder shall be construed accordingly. Now, the reason why I mentioned what I just said about nationals in the US, in Canada, in Europe, whatever the case might be, that is where I believe manipulation can take place, and as such, this is clarifying the position of who is in control and what the controlling person must be willing to do in order to be recognized and understood as regards to the amendment being made here. So I just wanted to put my voice to this bill, Madam Speaker, and, you know, and show my support, because what is done here in this federal parliament is not just for St. Kitts, it's also for Nevis. It's a country. So on behalf of the Nevis end, where I'm here to represent that end in a federal structure, I want to give I'll lend my support to these amendments that are being made today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May it please you.
Thank you to the honourable member for Nevis 11. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 7.
I wish to make an input on the bill before us, the Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024, an important piece of legislation as we attempt to meet our international obligations. The Attorney General did say that we are attempting, as it were, to get the checklist right for November, when the FATC, which is an internationally acclaimed body responsible, as it were, for the governance of these sectors, would come to do their evaluation. Evaluations are ongoing, and every country will know in advance when the evaluation comes. The legislation is an important part of what you must have, but beyond the legislation, you must also show the efficacy of the legislation. In other words, yes, you have the legislation, but you will also have at some point to show how has the legislation worked. How has the legislation worked? And that is because legislation can be on the books, but the results of them are not being achieved. And we have had, during the course of our tenure, over the last 7 years, to have basically provide leadership in terms of this matter within the context of our currency union. Indeed, it is true to say that this matter of virtual assets started way back in 2020 within the currency region, and St. Kitts and Nevis were among the first movers in this regard. In fact, the 2020 Act was the very first Act, number 1, of 2020, if my recollection serves me well. And from St. Kitts, Antigua would have gone and done some work, I think in August. Then Dominica would have moved to bring their own version of the virtual asset. And then I think Dominica perhaps would have been the latest to have gone somewhere in 2022. So it was a very landmark piece of legislation, and we had been first mover. Of course, as the Attorney General said, in 2021 or thereabout, I think in the latter part, this issue had raised its head again, because the marketplace in which we are engaged continues to be one of flux, and ever so often their need for tidying up, their need for making more explicit what was in the particular legislation to meet the changing demands that are being placed by those important institutions whose recommendations more or less becomes requirements which we, of course, would have to comply with. So this building upon what was in 2020 and amended in 2021 is part of the course of things, because government is continuous. But we are happy that we had the vision, we had the commitment to be able to have brought this piece of legislation, which became, as it were, a resource that others could have been copied. What I did not hear from the presentations that had come, Madam Speaker, is really an appropriate assessment of where the Federation is in terms of virtual assets in the country. Because we are now going 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. We have come to make further amendments, but the country is not told, where do we stand? How many operators are there in the sector? What is the contribution of that particular sector? To me, it's an important omission, which perhaps when the mover comes to wrap up, he will clear to elucidate and inform the country so we understand where we are going in terms of what it is now considered part of the modernity in which we live, part of what the future will continue to be about, although there are significant challenges when we embark upon issues of blockchain, when we embark upon issues of cryptocurrency. All of these are covered under the rubric of the virtual assets. It's how you determine value digitally in a nutshell, and there are many variations that are taking place. Indeed, just recently we heard that one of our citizens by investment from 2014 had been served notice of the intention of the US to have him extradited over issues to do with this very issue we are discussing, the issue of virtual assets, and whether appropriate filings were made in the United States of America. So it is a very sensitive matter. Some countries have blocked it, have renounced it. Others, and we in the Caribbean, have accepted that it is risky, but yet it is an important part of the way we live. And therefore, we will have to respond accordingly, recognizing the risk and take every effort that we can to minimize the exposure of our jurisdictions to it. I should say that in doing all of this, we have always worked within the context of a single space, monetary space within the OECS, because as you know, we are bounded by treaty as a common economic space. And in this regard, we have always tried where possible to move towards harmonization of the legislation to prevent one person moving here and there, take advantage of differences in legislation which could have the impact in the end of impacting the jurisdictions in a negative manner. And when it hits one, because of our connection to a single regulatory channel, that could have repercussions. Importantly, while the central bank is an interested party, and it could not otherwise than be an interested party having regards to its own regulatory function as the regulator of our common currency, the Eastern Caribbean dollar, not to become involved. In some jurisdictions, we have specific mandate given to the equivalent of our Financial Services Commission, which is identified in the legislation as the appropriate authority, and some aspect of this particular work in other pieces of legislation has been given to other bodies to deal with. So each country, by and large, following the same principle and guidance, depending on where they're at, have determined what the authority will do and what other aspect of the engagement, the trade in the virtual assets are better handled by the central bank. Indeed, that debate has long even lived in relation to our Financial Services Commission? Should they be doing all that they are doing now, or should they have a more restricted portfolio and pass some of what they are doing to the central bank? I think it's a Nevis because we were well advanced of other countries. We had developed in our Financial Service Regulatory Commission certain assets in terms of skills, in terms of knowledge of the marketplace. We had determined that the work will be done by our Financial Services Commission, which is a highly respected unit and had done much work, been much practice in relation to this. So we welcome the ongoing effort to protect the jurisdictions. Lot of work and lot of effort went into it. And when these regulatory arms come in to do their inspection, their supervision, etc. of the marketplace, a whole lot of work has to be done, not just by the Office of the Attorney General, because there are issues which are being tested and which that office has provided always lead support in relation to this work. The Ministry of Finance has a whole lot of work to do as the host entity in relation to the Financial Services Commission. So we commend the bill, Madam Speaker, and as I said, it would be important for the country at this particular juncture to have a sense of really how have we moved in the last 3-4 years since the passage of the law. And of course, we know we had the interventions of COVID and what that would have done in terms of certain movement and certain activity. How many regulators are there? The legislation speaks, for example, that people being able to register with the financial services. Well, how many have registered now? What is the market looking like? And what areas are the engagement? To me, from the position of accountability, it is important that that information be made public. So again, we can carry the country with good, vital information about matters that ultimately impact all of us. And so with those few words, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to lend support to this one and to welcome the continuation of efforts that we had pioneered for this country in 2023, saw wisdom in revision in 2021, and now we have come, we are told, to make 3 changes really by way of tidying up the legislation and make it more effective so that we can have efficacious outcomes in this regard. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7. Honourable Member for number 8, I have a request for clarification just from the AG whether you are seconding the bill. From our note, we don't have words.
Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker. My
Yes,
apologies.
please. I just need it for the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I rise to wrap up the debate on this bill that was presented. Bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, there are no companies in St. Kitts that are registered that deals with virtual asset. So I want to say clearly that there is none. But to put forward, Madam Speaker, and to say very clearly that this is a non-controversial bill. These things, of course, as was said, brings us in compliance with the FATF to make sure that our country is not grey-listed and to make sure that our country is not blacklisted. But apart from that, Madam Speaker, this really helps also to protect us. And in the era of good governance, the good governance legislation that were passed by this administration, of course, it is expected that things like these will be properly done and be done in a framework of good governance. So we thought that we would bring this and it would be supported as it is a non-controversial bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your leave.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, who just did his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Virtual Asset Act, number 1 of 2020, otherwise known as the Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 5.
The question is that clauses 1 through 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024 has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I further move, therefore, that the bill be read a third time and pass into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Virtual Asset Act, number 1 of 2020, otherwise known as the Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next item on the order paper. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise again to have read for the second time in this honourable House the bill shortly entitled Radiation Safety and Security Bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to table a new bill. This is the purpose for this, to provide for safe, secure, and peaceful use of radiation technology, including nuclear technology, to give effect to the safeguards agreement between the government of St. Christopher and Nevis and the International Atomic Energy Agency for the licensing of activities related to the control and use of nuclear technology and for the monitoring and control of radioactive sources and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Very critical piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as background, for those who are listening and may not be scientifically inclined, but just to bring some clarity to this matter, why why is it we need in this federation to pass a bill that deals with radiation safety and security, Madam Speaker. We hear about nuclear bombs and all these things, and we're asking, what does our federation have to do with that? Madam Speaker, radiation energy that travels in the form of waves or high-speed particles. It can occur naturally or be man-made. And there are several types of radiation, and these include electromagnetic radiation, Madam Speaker. This includes forms of radiation like light, radio waves, microwaves, and X-rays. These types of radiation are typically low in energy and are not harmful in small doses. We have another type, ionizing radiation. This type of radiation has enough energy to remove tightly bound electrons from atoms. Madam Speaker, this is very highly scientific. And I'll see how I can make it as simple as possible. As you know, the building block of life are the atoms, and they have discovered even particles that are subatomic in size, Madam Speaker. But for general purposes, examples include alpha particles, beta particles, and gamma rays. Ionizing radiation can be harmful to living organisms and is often used in medical treatments, such as radiation therapy for cancer. This is where it's critically important because of its application in medical therapies, such as radiation therapy for cancers. Madam Speaker, we also know that in medicine, you have X-rays. I'm going for an X-ray. Well, this is what it's about. How do you regulate the use of X-ray machines in St. Kitts and Nevis? You might say, well, I'm going for a CT scan. That uses radiation as well. That has to be regulated, Madam Speaker. So we use radioactive materials in St. Kitts and Nevis for good purposes. However, that has to be regulated to make sure that the standards that secure safe use that they are applied here in St. Kitts. And in addition, Madam Speaker, to make sure that it's not abused, because radiation can be abused as well. And we know cases where this has happened. This type of technology can be very destructive, maybe the most destructive known to man. Apart from the biological end, this one can be very, very destructive. And therefore, its regulation and safe use are important. For example, if you're not using it safely, Madam Speaker, and you have people at the hospital who are working in the radiology department, and they have to be doing X-rays and CT scans and so forth. And just to update, we are going to get our new CT scan, 125 slice CT scan, which is very modern, and we'll be able to detect heart disease and so forth. First time in our federation, we'll have the protocol for cardiac diagnosis. Already we have sent the radiographer to St. Lucia to get training. Another radiographer will be going, and I want to thank Dr. Frank Laws, our new envoy for healthcare, for really assisting in that expense. I say all of that to say, this is why this is important, because if you have these radiographers and radiologists and even patients who are exposed to radiation that is not properly regulated, they can be overexposed, which can lead to serious diseases, Madam Speaker, diseases of the bone marrow, and can even lead to cancer. And that is why we have to make sure that we properly regulate it here so that our people who seek to access this type of technology for their medical care, that they are being protected properly, Madam Speaker. And then we have the non-ionizing radiation. This type of radiation has enough energy to move atoms in a molecule around or cause them to vibrate, but not enough to remove electrons. Example include visible light, infrared radiation, and radio waves. Why do we mention all of these? Because all around us we have radiation, Madam Speaker. So radiation is all around us, coming from natural sources like the sun, rocks and soil, and even from space. It is also produced by man-made sources, such as X-ray machines that I just mentioned, nuclear power plants, and certain industrial processes. Nuclear technology refers to the use of nuclear reactions for practical purposes, including energy production, Madam Speaker, medical diagnostics and treatment, industrial application, scientific research. It encompasses a wide range of technologies and processes, most notably nuclear plants, nuclear medicine, industrial applications, research, and research and development, Madam Speaker. And so we hear about nuclear energy, and we hear about nuclear bombs. So this technology, of course, has to be carefully monitored, Madam Speaker, because in some areas, some people can say we are using this nuclear energy or the science of nuclear for energy purposes, when in fact it can be used to build destructive bombs, Madam Speaker. And that is why internationally these things are monitored and looked at very closely. So while nuclear technology offers many benefits, such as clean energy production, advanced medical treatment, it also raises concerns about nuclear safety, proliferation, and the long-term management of radioactive waste, Madam Speaker. St. Kitts and Nevis is a paying member of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which was created in 1957 in response to the deep fears and expectations generated by the discoveries and diverse uses of nuclear technology. The IAEA has provided training to our public servants, Madam Speaker. I think there was a movie that just came out. I think it was Oppenheim. Right, I think he was a scientist who helped to lead the charge with the creation of the nuclear bomb. And you know physics, scientist Bohr. I think Bohr came up with a lot of studies when it comes to this area of physics as well. And so as part of the IAEA, Madam Speaker, of course we are compliant again, because again we are of course practicing good governance here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and part of that is to make sure that we comply with our international and regional obligations, Madam Speaker. So why is this act needed, Madam Speaker? During the AGO's legislative agenda meeting with the departments within the Ministry of Trade et al., it was brought to our attention by the Bureau of Standards that there are numerous dangerous sources of radiation through devices stored in and around Bastia, Madam Speaker, here in St. Kitts and Nevis. In particular, in Bastia in particular, and no legislative regime to regulate these dangerous devices and compel their owners to provide proper public protection. What does that mean? People have these devices are sending out radioactive waves, and we don't have the necessary firm legislative framework to deal with it, Madam Speaker. We have to make sure that we protect our people, and that is why this piece of legislation is critically important, and we have to make sure that we get it through the House to them, asking for full support so that we can make people comply as soon and as quickly as possible, Madam Speaker. The AGO, therefore, worked expeditiously with the Bureau to prepare the attached bill, based primarily on the Radiation Safety and Security Act 2020 of Belize. And the summary of the bill, Madam Speaker, the bill applies to all activities involving ionizing radiation in St. Kitts and Nevis, including non-ionizing sources used in medical facilities and other lawful purposes. Very critical. Why is it critical, Madam Speaker? We are also thinking about bringing radiation therapy as part of cancer therapy sometime during this term. And in order to do that, I have met with the regional counterpart or the regional lead regulator or the representative for the region from the IAEA on maybe 2 occasions. And we have been in discussion about how we can use this type of technology to benefit the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And one of the things that we discussed, of course, is how can we bring radiation treatment for patients who suffer from cancer. And therefore, we have to make sure that we have the proper regulatory framework in place which will allow us to access that technology in a safe way to help our patients here in St. Kitts and Nevis. So the objective of the Act also to establish a framework for safe and peaceful use of ionizing radiation, protect health and the environment from radiation, meet international obligations, and establish and maintain the Bureau of effective regulation. Madam Speaker, the St. Christopher and Nevis Bureau of Standards is established as the regulatory body for radiation safety and security within the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis. And so the bill creates a committee for radiation safety and security, including the director of the Bureau of Standards, or his or her nominee, director of the ministry responsible for environmental health, or his or her or it nominee, the director of the Solid Waste Management Corporation, or his or her or it nominee, Madam Speaker, the Comptroller of Customs, or his or her or it nominee, a senior representative of the St. Christopher and Nevis E&C Port Authority, the Permanent Secretary of National Security, or his or her or it nominee, the Director of the National Emergency Management Agency, or his or her or it nominee, and the Director of Physical Planning, or his or her or it nominee, Madam Speaker. I'm going a little fast. There's an investigation process, a notification, a licensing process, an enforcement and penalty process, an emergency preparedness and response process, and a nuclear security and physical protection regime. The bill establishes a national register of radiation sources and related security measures, transportation regulations, management of radioactive waste processes, loss of control measures, and liability insurance requirements. Madam Speaker, and the supporting documents, Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024, and the consultations, of course, with the Bureau of Standards. Madam Speaker, I therefore would like to say that it is very, very progressive for us to be bringing this piece of legislation here, this bill here today, to be passed into law, as it really creates a framework so that we can fully protect our people and we can fully exploit the good uses for this type of technology. With this, Madam Speaker, I think it gives us an excellent basis to advance other forms, other ways of treating our patients, as mentioned before, with different types of application of this type of technology. Therefore, Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the bill that has been read today, the Radiation Safety and Security Bill, and to second the reading. My apologies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to give our people a brief history as to why we're here today. One of the tasks of the office is to sit with the various ministries and discuss the legislative agenda. So we have been doing that over the course of the first few months of the year. And it was brought to our attention, that there is a serious radiation problem, particularly in the Basti area. There are certain devices, this one is not of a medical nature, but there are certain devices that are used for soil testing, and they emit lots of radiation. However, they are not stored in facilities that have radiation blockage walls so that the radiation does not emit out of their storage facilities. And we, finding out about this, went on an urgent path to drafting this piece of legislation. We consulted with the Bureau of Standards, who consulted with the other bureaus of standards in the different territories. We started with the Belize bill, which was the most recent bill of this nature that was passed in the Commonwealth Caribbean. And we started to tailor it for our particular needs. And then we brought it to Cabinet and explained the urgency of this particular bill. It just so happens that we are also a member of the IAEA, a paid member, and therefore we have certain agreements with them. So we took the opportunity to include in the bill our requirements under those agreements so that we can do two things: provide a safety, security, and regulatory system and structure for radiation devices, as well as comply with our international agreements to be a country in which there are no risks of any nuclear activity. Madam Speaker, nuclear activity is a very heightened geopolitical issue. And we have shown our responsibility by being a paid member of the IAEA. We send our professionals from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, from the Bureau of Standards, and from the Attorney General's office to the various meetings so that we can get updates on the progress of matters to do with nuclear and radiation activity. Because just like the previous bill, where there are advances regularly with virtual assets, with anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing, it almost changes. It's so fluid, it changes so regularly. The same with nuclear and radiation. So what we sought to do is to bring quickly to this honorable House, which we have done. And I would say the whole entire process from that meeting when we discovered the urgency to today is about 6 weeks. And that is a short time, Madam Speaker, because we all are very busy doing many different things. So I applaud the Bureau of Standards and the Ministry of Trade et al. And the Minister for taking this matter quite seriously and turning around very quickly after we had prepared the first draft, after they got their review and they got the input from their colleagues in the International Bureau of Standards community. And we were able to then table this bill last week. And we're very happy it's here, and it is very urgent. Madam Speaker, I just want to also explain further to what the member for number 8 and the presenter of the bill has said in terms of what the Act does. The Act basically assigns the Bureau of Standards as the local entity responsible for monitoring radioactive activity and radiation. Also, what it does is it establishes the Committee for Radiation Safety and Security. And that committee is responsible for reviewing and advising the Bureau on applications for licenses of high-category radiation sources and making recommendations to the Bureau on ways to improve the operations of the Bureau and do any other thing for the better carrying out of the functions of the Bureau. So it is a twofold regulatory process. The Bureau are the persons on the ground that are examining the radiation emitters and the medical devices and suggesting the types of mechanisms to store, mechanisms to transport, etc. And then they report to the committee and they discuss with the committee, the head of the Bureau being a member of the committee, what needs to be done to protect us. Because at the end of the day, this is a health protection bill. Because if there are extreme, if there's extreme exposure of the body to radiation, that could result in actual illness and potentially cancer. And that is why we have taken this matter so seriously and moved so quickly to have it brought to this honorable House. Then now there is a notification of proposed activity. So if you're a person that proposes to undertake, so for example, and I want to make this clear, the Crown is actually bound by this legislation. So when the CT scan, for example, comes into the territory, the Ministry of Health then needs to notify the Bureau of Standards and say, we are bringing in, what, Prime Minister? A 125 slice CT scan machine. And this is where we're going to put it. And then now the Bureau of Standards will go to them and say, when you are transporting it, this is how you transport it. they're going to come and inspect the area in which it goes in. They're going to see if the radiologists who are dealing with the machine have the proper equipment and body protections and those sorts of things, and the processes are in place. So it isn't a matter of just regulating the private use of these devices, but also the public use to keep everyone safe. So you have to notify the Bureau, and then the Bureau then gives you a license. It goes to the committee and says, we are willing to grant this person a license. There's a check, then you granted a license, and it prohibits persons from using these radiation devices without a license. Then there's also inspections. So the Bureau can regularly go in and inspect. So for example, the devices that we found out about, which are these devices to test the soil profile. So you put them on land, and they send waves down, and they will see, okay, there is soil at this level, there's rock at this level, and it gives you a soil profile. They emit radiation. So the persons who use those devices now, the Bureau will go to them and inspect where they're kept, because they will say, this kind of device can only be kept in this sort of location. Right now, those machines are being kept where people are walking by. And it was discovered by the Bureau because they did random checks, and they have devices, these emitter testers, that actually test whether there's, what levels of radiation there are. So what this act will allow, it gives them the teeth to then go to the owner of these devices and say, this device should not be kept here because there are hundreds or thousands of people walking by this particular area every day, and we don't believe that the radiation levels are too high for this particular area. We want you to store it in that area. So they felt it very necessary to get that teeth they needed to be able to actually regulate or revoke licenses. So if there's a reckless user of a radiation device, the Act gives the power to actually either vary the license or to revoke the license. So that is very important. And there also needs to be applications for renewal of license. Similarly to what we did a couple weeks ago when we passed the medical laboratory bill. It is to regulate medical laboratories. This is how a modern society develops. When you have bodies and departments in government which make sure that things that are done are not done lawlessly or recklessly, but within a regulatory framework. And this is just another step in that direction of modernizing our society and also complying with our international obligations, and really at the end of the day, protecting our people. So there's an inspection process. The Bureau of Standards can appoint inspectors. Naturally, the Bureau of Standards goes to various meetings and gets qualifications for radiation and other chemical matters where they are qualified and they get the devices. So for example, the Bureau of Standards in the last 20 months since we've been in office have developed capabilities they didn't have when we first started in terms of testing and so forth. So they're constantly upskilling and are able to then test these matters that affect our health. Then they have a provision for enforcement and penalties, similar to what we did with the consumer protection legislation that we passed last year, where we gave the consumer protection officers the opportunity to ticket offenders, persons who were charging usury prices and so forth. They also have a similar mechanism in this act. Then they also have principles of radiation protection and safety. So in essence, these are the part of what we have agreed in our international obligations. These are the principles by which we will abide when that will guide us in the regulatory process. And they also have regulations for the protections of persons from injury, similar regulations. Protections of patients, medical practices. There's also an emergency preparedness and response. That has more to do with nuclear issues. So if there's some emergency that happens, say for example, a device explodes and there's a emission of radiation at great levels, there's a preparedness, almost like a NEMA, a preparedness strategy to deal with that is developed by the Bureau of Standards. There's also what we call nuclear security. and physical protection, because that is also to ensure that no one, because they think that these small countries, anybody could come in here and give us any amount of money and do whatever they want. And we are basically telling the world, no, we have regulations by law passed in this honorable house that will prevent anybody from coming in and developing any sort of activity that is unfriendly to the international community. And then we also have a provision where we can notify other states. It says, where the Bureau has been made aware of theft, robbery, unlawful taking, or appropriation of control over, or other credible threat of unlawful taking or appropriation of control over nuclear or other radioactive material, the Bureau shall notify other states and international organizations that may be affected by the circumstances of the incident. So effectively, if anybody steals some sort of nuclear entity, I don't know, what's the right word for this from the scientists? Some sort of nuclear device. You have, the Bureau now has a duty to alert the international community, probably through the IAEA, that listen, this thing has been stolen, there's a potential risk that could occur. And therefore the international community will come together and try to resolve that issue. It also outlaws breaking or removing seals. So for example, it's similar to the customs process. So they'll have a process where you cannot take this radioactive device unless the Bureau of Standards is there. And they say, listen, you're not breaking the seal of this thing until we're there, because you're not going to break the seal until we test that this thing is safe for the general public. So all of those technical details. And one section which I found quite interesting when I was reviewing the bill was confidentiality. There's a provision that actually says a person with an official duty or employed in the administration of this act shall regard and deal with as secret and confidential all information, books, records, or other documents relating to the functions of the Bureau in accordance with any law enforced dealing with secrecy of government information. This aligns with something that we have done last year, which is to protect confidential government information. So this ties in with a lot of the other laws that we've passed, Madam Speaker. And then there's also a provision for a national register of radiation sources. So we will know, and there will be a register for people to know where there are radiation sources in the country, Madam Speaker. So this is a comprehensive bill. As you can tell, Madam Speaker, when I said it took 6 weeks, people might think 6 weeks is a long time. But when it comes to a comprehensive bill like this, 6 weeks is a very short time, Madam Speaker. And it also speaks to decommissioning. So whenever there's a facility or device that is no longer operational, before you discard of it, the Bureau of Standards has to come in and make sure that it no longer is a threat to human health and safety. So, Madam Speaker, and then it specifically speaks of the safeguards agreement with the IAEA. So it goes through all of the different mechanisms. And fortunately for us, one of our Commonwealth colleagues went through this process. So we didn't have to start from scratch. We didn't have to reinvent the wheel. All we had to do was to tailor the legislation for our particular needs and our particular system and our particular agreement with the IAEA. So, Madam Speaker, it's a very comprehensive, very important, very urgent bill. And I hope that this bill will receive support from everyone in this House, because it deals with the health of all of us. With that said, Madam Speaker, I support the bill, and I'll take my seat.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just rise to make a brief contribution to the bill before this Honorable House, the Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, as I sat there and I listened to the move of the bill and to the AG, I was there saying to myself that a lot of the times, the layman on the street, sometimes we come here to the Parliament and we pass bills and we have the debates, and sometimes people are saying to themselves, what are they really passing? When they listen to the Radiation Safety and Security a lot of the persons in the street may not understand what is happening here. But when we hear about the operation of the X-ray machine and the CT scan and so on, people have to recognize that these pieces of legislation, even though the names may sound a little complicated, they are extremely important to the safety of persons who reside in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Because, of course, people have to go to the hospital very often to get a CT scan or an X-ray. And sometimes people don't really understand or recognize how important it is for the persons who are operating these pieces of equipment to be very precise in what they do. Because even though you are going there to probably get a diagnosis for something, or you may have been diagnosed and you're getting another opinion, if these pieces of machine or pieces of equipment are not properly utilized, they can actually do more harm to you than good. And so it is extremely important that when these pieces of equipment are being utilized, that the persons who are utilizing them are very well trained and they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. Because it is funny, you know, in this age of technology, Madam Speaker, you know, a lot of the things that we invent, many of the times they are really for good, but sometimes it's for bad as well, because as simple as the cell phone looks, we get radiation from these. And you know, I believe a lot of studies have been put forward as to whether or not people can get cancer, whether they can get headaches from the cell phones, and people tend to stay on their cell phone almost all day and all night. And sometimes people don't realize how probably what they're actually doing to themselves. And so I believe that this piece of legislation is extremely important. And as I speak about that again, I always tend to refer to how small we are. Because of the smallness of our size, as the AG spoke about the pieces of equipment that are used to do soil testing, that struck a nerve with me because I'm in agriculture, and when I hear things that are being doing soil testing and they are sending off radiation, that sounds a little dangerous to me. And so I am assuming that going forward that we are going to be extremely very cognizant of what we're doing in terms, especially when things are being imported. And I'm happy that the Bureau of Standards now will be the body that will be doing the regulation and will be doing the checking. And I'm hoping that what you would have said regarding the pieces of equipment for the soil testing, that something is being done where that is concerned. Because when I come over to St. Kitts, I may be exposed to that radiation too, right? And that radiation may be very, very dangerous. So I want to commend the bill, and just to remind persons on the street that sometimes you may feel that what we are doing here is not important to you. But what we're doing here and the bills that we're passing here are really for your safety and for your security. And that is why people must start paying more attention to what happens in Parliament. Because we here as the parliamentarians, we are not just doing things for us because we are being paid. We are doing things for the good of all of us who reside in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So I want to commend the bill, and I'm hoping that going forward that we could be extremely, extremely careful with what we are doing. All persons who are using these pieces of equipment that give off radiation, that they're very well trained, because any little slip up or any little mistake can really do a lot more harm than good. So I just wanted to add my voice and to lend in my support. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to wrap up on this bill that is laid before this Honourable House entitled Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the AG and his team and all those who were involved, and the member from number 10, correct, made some fundamental points in his short presentation, Madam Speaker. Again, that the public should pay attention, and that is why we paused Parliament this morning until we got it right, because at no point should the public not have access to what's happening here. It is your choice if you choose to watch, listen, or otherwise, but we are obligated to make sure that you have access. And so that is critically important, as was mentioned by the member from number 10. In the AG's presentation, he made a number of points that I want to highlight. He spoke about regulation, Madam Speaker. It is critically important. And he referred, or he said, that persons, paraphrasing, might look at us as a small country and think they can come in, pass a few dollars, and get us to do things they can't do in properly regulated jurisdiction, such as the United States, Western Europe, and other areas, Madam Speaker. With this, we are telling them no. Madam Speaker, the reason why this is critically important is that as a small country, if we don't take these obligations that we have seriously with respect to global safety, Madam Speaker, we can become an area that can be dangerous, not only to our safety, but to international safety as well. It is critically important. We all can remember in the 1960s when there was almost a nuclear war because there was a standoff during the Cold War period. Nobody suspected, while these big countries were having it out, there was a smaller country that really became the epicenter of a possible nuclear war, Madam Speaker. That is why we have to take this very seriously. And the reason why I say this in this context, and with respect to what the AG said, is that an interesting term has developed to refer to countries that are not compliant, Madam Speaker. That term is progressive jurisdiction. Big words. But what does a progressive jurisdiction mean? What does it mean as a term? It means that you can come here and do as you like because there is no regulation. That is what it means. And we saw this played out in St. Kitts and Nevis before, Madam Speaker, when we had a stem cell, an attempt to have stem cell application and research at the private ward of the General Hospital, which resulted in the then CMO, Dr. Martin, being suspended. What does that have to do with this? It's because at the crux of this matter, even though we are a small country, we have to make sure that we comply with international regulation. Because if we don't, people will take advantage of us and create in St. Kitts and Nevis situations that can be dangerous to the world, Madam Speaker. This piece of legislation is critically important. Never again should we be ever referred to as a progressive jurisdiction for anything. And therefore, that is why when we speak about the Radiation Safety and Security Act, embedded in this, Madam Speaker, is regulation. Critically important, because we had an example where stem cell application and research here without the proper framework, and herpes virus development with respect to vaccines happened here because we didn't have the necessary legislative framework. But not only that, Madam Speaker, persons can look at us as progressive jurisdiction because they say we don't have any legislation and we can pass a few dollars down in those small countries and get what we want. Well, we are telling them not under this government, not under this administration. You got to come good and work within the framework, Madam Speaker, of good laws and regulation, again, we are under good governance. We have to protect the health, Madam Speaker, of our people. So I said to those who had ideas and got through in St. Kitts and Nevis because proper legislation were not in place and proper regulatory frameworks were not in place, and there were those willing to trade St. Kitts, market St. Kitts as a progressive jurisdiction, aka no rules, do as you like. We are saying that that has come to an end, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to this bill, Radiation Safety and Security Act, it takes us much closer there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would also like to say, with respect to this, this is critically important because we are about to receive two important pieces of equipment to help our people here when it comes to their medical care, Madam Speaker. 125 slice CT scan machine, which is already in Nevis. Nevis has a 125 CT scan that is in use. I don't know if the members know, but I want Kittitians to know. So until then, you can go to Nevis and get your CT scan done. I think you'll bring some revenue to Nevis as well. So we over here in St. Kitts, we are getting that. And the point was made, if you have a CT scan machine and you're not regulating it, and for some reason it malfunctions and it's giving out more radiation than it should, who is testing that? Who is regulating that? That means, therefore, that those who work in that environment, when they think they are safe, they may not be safe. Of course, you will test them at some point, but you want, of course, to detect it early so that these persons are not exposed, whether it be patients, patients' family members, those who work around the machine, the auxiliary workers, whoever they are, the radiographers, the radiologists, they must always work in a safe environment. So having this, and the Bureau of Standards now have the regulatory framework, and they can monitor, they can visit Nevis. And so you have an excellent CT scan machine here, up to date, 21st century. We come to test to make sure that this machine is working well. And they can say, okay, the radiation given out is within what is expected, and therefore, just with what you are supposed to do to protect yourself, that is enough. That is why this is critically important, and I'm bringing it home because the member from number 10 made a critical point that we have to break it down so that the man on the street can understand it. Why this is important, for example, mammograms, Madam Speaker. Women are asked to go to do mammograms, maybe a little earlier now, maybe from 40 years, for example. And you're asked to do these mammograms. Each time you do a mammogram, you're exposed to radiation. If you have a defect machine or defective machine, Madam Speaker, and that machine is being used time after time after time to do those mammograms, and that breast is exposed to excess radiation, Madam Speaker, that machine in itself might be causing increasing the risk of you getting cancer. That is why this is so critically important, Madam Speaker. I shall delve a little bit more into it because I think the member from number 10 really started the discussion there. So we don't have that at this particular time. So I'm very mindful, Madam Speaker, because I worked in the medical field for some time and I understand this, because of my training. Madam Speaker, the other piece of equipment that we are supposed to receive is the MRI. We are going to get, by the end of this year, a very modern... No, this ain't for the monkey file. Oh. No, no, this is for the hospital, the GNF hospital, okay. Just for clarity. Yes. And for further clarity, Madam Speaker, we have started to build the housing for the new MRI machine. And I want to say to the good people of Buckley's, they were digging the soil and it was causing some dust, but that would settle. That is not a permanent thing. I want to thank them from your constituency. I called you about it to really apologize to the people of Buckley's for the development that was taking place there. And that machine is coming in. That machine, work with a large magnet spinning, and it creates radiation, Madam Speaker. If we are bringing in this other very advanced piece of equipment, and we don't have a regulatory framework, or even a body that can help to regulate it, we might be putting ourselves at excess risk, Madam Speaker, not knowing what is taking place. And therefore, I welcome this and welcome the Bureau of Standards to become more involved with the health sector, because I think the health sector necessarily exposes people to radiation to manage their health care. But you don't want that necessary exposure to become a risk when really it is supposed to be helping, Madam Speaker. And so, with this new CT scan that is coming, we want the Bureau of Standards to help us. With the new MRI that is coming, Madam Speaker, and the building has started, we are seeking the help. Madam Speaker, we have a next piece of equipment at the hospital that we have never had before, and that is called a fluoroscopy, Madam Speaker, which is already being used. A fluoroscopy is a type of imaging equipment, again, uses radiation. We have just now started to use it, but before we could have used it, we had to put all sorts of things in place and so forth to make sure that the radiation could not escape. But we are saying we need a regulatory body to come to the hospital and test this equipment as well and tell us if it's malfunctioning. You might be getting a nice, clean image, but it might be emitting more radiation than you would expect. And so with these brand new, up-to-date, first time in St. Kitts type of equipment, Madam Speaker, we need the regulatory framework to make sure that we are keeping our people safe. So it's not just from looking at it as people might want to take advantage of us because they think we are small and don't have the necessary framework and they will call us progressive jurisdiction. I want to tell them, in their definition of progressive jurisdiction, that will not happen in St. Kitts again, not under this administration. So I would say stuff like what happened with the stem cell and the herpes, which were travesties, that those things will not happen again, because we make sure that the regulatory framework from a legislative standpoint is in place to protect all of us. So, Madam Speaker, I think this piece of legislation, I wanted to bring home the point how critically important it is, how many lives would be saved, and how we would be able to say to the world that St. Kitts and Nevis is meeting its international obligation to protect it from the misuse of this excellent piece of technology, and that we are using it really to advance our country, not only in the health field, but as was mentioned, in soil testing and so forth, because radiation can be used for many, many, many things, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we must not deprive our people of its safe use, because used safely, it has tremendous, tremendous positive benefits. So, Madam Speaker, with that, may it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill, who just did the wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful use of radiation technology, including nuclear technology, to give effect to the Convention of the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and Safeguards Agreement between the Government of St. Christopher and Nevis and the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the licensing of activities related to the control and use of nuclear technology, and for the monitoring and control of radioactive sources and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, otherwise known as the Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 69.
The question is that clauses 1 through to 69 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The arrangement of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to report that the bill shortly entitled Radiation Safety and Security Act, Bill 2024, has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I further move that the bill be read a third time and passed into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful use of radiation technology, including nuclear technology, to give effect to the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and Safeguards Agreement between the Government of St. Christopher and Nevis and the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the licensing of activities related to the control and use of nuclear technology, and for the monitoring and control of radioactive sources and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, otherwise known as the Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2020.
The bill shortly entitled Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Honorable members, to the commencement of the proceedings, officially so, discussed with the members of government business as well as the members of the opposition present at the time. The agreement was to have a break for lunch at 2 p.m. Given that we moved through the two bills and have one remaining, what is the procedure, or would we break for lunch?
I think we should proceed now.
Very well. Is that let me put the. I haven't seen an indication from very well. Very well. You may proceed. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker. I rise to have read for the second time in this Honorable House and to lead the debate on the bill shortly titled Copyright Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I couldn't begin my presentation and this debate without thanking this person in this room. Is our esteemed and well-respected Registrar of Intellectual Property, Mrs. Jeanne Williams Knight, my longtime neighbor and friend, and one of the most working people in the government of St. Nevis. Speaker, the Registrar, Mrs. Williams Knight, is very well respected in the world of intellectual property. She gets invited to speak at various events throughout the world, and it is important for her that St. Kitts and Nevis has laws with respect to intellectual property, so that when she goes to these meetings, she doesn't have to have down. They're speaking about stars in the international IP world, and she doesn't have to be embarrassed that St. Kitts has a 20-year-old Copyright Act. This there being numerous changes in that area, that important area, over the past 2+ decades. So that is why she's here, Madam Speaker. I thank her gratefully, because without her, this would not be here today. So, for me, I will not be brief, but I will not act like this is a budget presentation. Further to a request by former IP Registrar, Mrs. Claudette Jenkins, in 2015, the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, submitted a report assessing St. Kitts and Nevis compliance with several international treaties related to copyright. Following that report, in 2017, IP Registrar Mrs. Jeanne Williams-Knight made a further request of WIPO for technical assistance to revise the Copyright Act, Cap 1808, which was passed 24 years ago in 2000 and came into effect in 2002. Also around 2018, WIPO began a project to draft models to regulate collective management organizations, CMOs, in the English and French-speaking Caribbean. In 2021, WIPO engaged UWI St. Augustine law professor Dr. Justin Koo as a consultant to revise the Copyright Act in St. Nevis. So this is a culmination of a long journey in 2015, Madam Speaker. In January 2023, the draft regulations were approved by each IP office and representatives of most CMOs that operate in the English-speaking Caribbean. The Eastern Caribbean Collective Organization for Music, ECHO, the only active CMO that operates in St. Kitts and Nevis, was represented in the negotiations. In February 2023, the first draft of the copyright bill to replace the Copyright Act was delivered to the IP office. The draft bill, including the CMO regulations, was circulated to the St. Kitts and Nevis Bar Association in March 2023. A public consultation was held in St. Kitts in 2023, following initial consultations in St. Kitts and in Nevis in November 2022. Publicized after its first reading in Parliament on March 23rd, 2024, and comments and suggestions were received and considered in the final draft. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis on record its gratitude for the cooperation and assistance provided by WIPO, Dr. Justin Koo. What is copyright, Speaker? Copyright is a property that gives the authors or owners the exclusive right to do or authorize an act in relation to their works, literary, artistic, musical, and dramatic works, sound recordings, and broadcasts. Section 7 of the bill outlines those rights include the right to reproduce the work, distribute copies of the work, perform the work in public, or in the case of audiovisual work, sound recording or broadcast, the work in public, broadcast the work, communication to the public of the work, make an adaptation of the work, and in relation to such adaptation, to do any or all of the foregoing acts or rental of the work. Madam Speaker, I just bring this into context. We have a Calypsonian on this side of the house. Retired? Still? No. Okay. Semi-retired. We haven't written a song in a long time. Anyway, the Calypsonian, King Conris, he writes a song, and he produces the music to that song, and then he puts that music with the words and analyzes a song. He owns the rights to the song. This means that it can be reproduced by anyone without his permission, and his permission normally would come with compensation. So if you want to go to a party and play a song from King Congress, you would either need his permission or the permission of one of his agents to play that song, because you produce it because he owns that song. It has come out of his mind, the lyrics has come out of his mind through his fingers, and he has put that together as his intellectual property. It comes from his intellect, from his mind. He's created it, and therefore he has right over it. The works that we may not think of that would be under the copyright bill are so apps, Facebook posts, literary works. I wrote a poem when I was preparing for exams in law school many years ago called 4 a.m. Studying. And I've now realized that I own that poem. So if anybody reproduces it, I published it in a book, and I own it because it came out of my mind. Voice notes, song recordings. If you sang a lover, a song that you made up on the cuff, through a voice note, you own the rights to that. Nobody can reproduce it without your permission. A child's art work. I remember that of his son made on his album, and the son copyright. So the son made millions of dollars from him using the son's natural minor is then put into a fund where the child has the benefit of, and any reproduction of that doodle goes to the child benefit because the child created it. So the rights in Section 7 are referred to as the economic rights. It is the rights on which authors earn money from their works. Deals with another set of rights called moral rights, which is essentially concern the rights of the author to maintain their or their work's integrity. For example, a photographer took a photo. He has the economic right to change a magazine, include it in their publication. But he also has the moral right to object to derogatory treatment of his photo. The magazine alters the photo in a way he does not like, that he does not like. Other moral rights include the right to be identified as the author or a work, of a work. For example, you originally worded Facebook posts. Oh, sorry.
Madam Speaker, we've been advised that it's breaking up horribly again on the transmission, so we may have to take that break now for them to try it out. We should. You know, if they check just before we give it, you could just give a moment of.
Thank you for the.
I move that we have a break for lunch. If we can resume at 3:15.
I second that motion, Madam Speaker.
Question is, the House stands adjourned for 1 hour and 1 hour flat. We return at 3:15. In favor? Those against? Yes.
Testing.
How is this one?
1 2 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 microphone test 1 2 1 2 1 2 microphone test 1 2 1 2 1 2 microphone test 1 2 1 2 ding 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 da 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 ding 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 yo dung da 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 da. No, the lawyer. You cheat the dog, they come, you go give food back. So now I start to shake it. I had to eat off for me. Them how you know come and take it. Next thing, water pass by. Down in the whole body first. I flush it out. You ain't to say next day. Dig. You get him about 6 young man in there, you know. By when the man will a danger head by the man will pull you out. Mother. Why them fellas take off? Just take off, boy. Say, oh, you? Boy, not miss me mother, but that's life. Oh, boy. Got to live. Got to live.
1 2, mic check.
Good afternoon, House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
May it please you, Madam Speaker. I'm informed that read for a second time and to start the debate on the bill. So I will summarize what I've said thus far, Madam Speaker, for those who didn't have the benefit of my earlier presentation. I thanked the IP registrar in getting this bill to this Honorable House. I also pointed out the historical evolution of this copyright bill, which started in 2015 when the WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, assessed St. Kitts and Nevis's compliance with several international treaties related to copyright. And then in 2017, under Registrar Williams Knight, there was a request for technical assistance to revise the copyright regime, and the original act was passed Dr. Justin Koo, who is a professor at St. Augustine, who was engaged to draft the Copyright Act that we are debating, copyright bill we're debating today, as well as draft CMO regulations. CMOs are collective management say that this isn't a regulation bill. This is a bill to recognize the rights that creatives have to their intellectual property and to assure them by law of the copyright they have over their material. And as I was and he writes lyrics, put those two things together and creates a song. It has been created through his intellect, in his mind onto paper, in his mind into instruments, put together and made into a song. And he owns the copyright to that creation. So that's why you say creatives have a copyright over what they have created. And copyright is a right that gives the authors or owners the exclusive right to do or authorize others to do certain acts in relation to their original works, including literary, artistic, musical, and dramatic works, sound recordings, and broadcasts. Voice notes, sound recordings, a child's doodle art, because of the rights afforded by this act. If someone is able to monetize these works, copyright is a legal basis on which the creator is able to reap benefits from his or her work. So effectively, Madam Speaker, what we are doing with this act is we're ensuring that creatives can monetize their talent and their works. The rights in Section 7 are called moral rights, which essentially concern the rights of the author to maintain their or their work's integrity. For example, if a photographer took a photo, he has an derogatory treatment of that photo. If the magazine alters the photo in any way that that person does not like, then they can trigger that moral right. Other moral rights include the right to be identified as the author of a work. For example, your originally worded Facebook post, a literary work, gets shared, but your name is cropped out. Or the right to not have work falsely attributed to you. For example, a newspaper article comes out with your name, but you did not write it. There are two unique features of book to what you've created through your mind. And copyright is an automatic right. So you need not register it. Once you have created it, it exists. A business owner, for example, Nelson Spring Water, would have to file applications in every Caribbean country because trademark registration in St. Kitts and Nevis only protects you in St. Kitts and Nevis. However, with copyright, St. Kitts and Nevis, along with 180 other countries, are party to the Berne Convention, which mandates that member states extend protection to works from other Berne Convention members. This means that an Australian broadcast organization can sue a TV station for an infringement here, but it also means a Division Calypsonian can sue like other categories of intellectual property, like trademarks and patents. Popular in Nevis, and you want to open one in St. Lucia, but you don't want someone else to use your name in St. Lucia. You register your trademark and you say, Speaker's House of Wings is my trademark, and I'm going to register it somewhere else, and nobody else can then use it. Similar to lots of things we know, Pampers baby powder, Duracell batteries, all of them register their trademarks so somebody else cannot make a product with that same name. Whereas patents is if you create something that's unique. Like, for example, the chip in an AC that allows you to use a remote to change the temperature. Somebody might have created that technology. Automatic right, and therefore protection is not dependent on the application or registration of that right. Protection is conferred on the creation of an original work that falls into one of the categories listed in Section 4 of the bill. The author or place of publication must also be considered qualified in accordance with the definitions of Section 2. Simply put, a work is automatically protected by copyright in St. Kitts and Nevis if the work is original, so you can't go, King Congress can't sing a Sanchez song and then say he has copyrighted that because he's using the lyrics and potentially music of someone else. So it has to be an original work. And the definition of original has been developed through case law, generally understood to an international copyright treaty that we are party to, or the work was first published in St. Kitts and Nevis, or a country that is party to an international copyright treaty that we are party to. Like any other legal property rights, you can sell, assign, license, or bequeath your copyright. And so the legislation sets out all the complex and intricate rules to govern these matters, hence the length of the bill. So for example, Madam Speaker, you might have heard that I think it was Paul McCartney bought Michael Jackson's catalog. So Michael Jackson, what ownership he had in the songs he created, whether he sang them, whether he wrote them or did the music, or whether, his catalog was put when it's played on the radio, when there's concerts and that music is played, they then collect the money. Whereas the artist has now sold their right in that copyright to someone else. So you can transfer, assign your copyright. You can also bequeath it. So you can leave it to your family. So for example, I believe, and the registrar could correct me if I'm wrong by a nod and a wink, I believe the Marley family has the copyright to Bob Marley's music and so forth. So he has bequeathed it to his family so they can continue to benefit because it is continuing. And the underlying rationale of copyright is to protect the author's investment exists organizations like ECHO. This will be crucial to bear in mind. The framework also exists to balance authors' rights with the public good and to ensure fair access to works so as to not to stifle creativity or support educational or humanitarian pursuits. Part 6 of the bill, exceptions to copyright infringement, is important to note in that regard. Copyright is the foundation on which the orange economy is based. In 2010, WIPO released a study on the economic impact of the copyright industries in the OECS. That study found that in 2000 and 2005, GDP grew, but copyright activities, or 4.8% of the GDP, after 2005. Thus, the share of the sector grew over the ensuing 5 years to 6.6% of GDP, amounting to $97.8 million. The study also stated that copyright and related rights industries are defined as those industries in which copyright plays an identifiable role in creating tradable private economic rights and income from use of these economic rights. They use the protection of original expression provided by copyright and related rights, and in particular their protection by actual enforcement or threat of it as the basis for the contributions to GDP include government's role as a regulator in activities such as broadcast, regulates the broadcasting and entertainment industry, but you own your right, and this bill gives you and assures you of your copyright in your own creative material. The bill seeks to modernize the legal framework that supports the orange economy. This is very important, Madam Speaker, because, especially as my colleague, the member for number 4 on my right, is trying to push the orange economy, modern legislation like this is the foundation on which that economy springs. Growth in the orange economy is one of the 7 pillars of the government's Sustainable Island State Development. Development was prioritized to ensure that creatives such as our musicians, choreographers, filmmakers, efforts. Through public education, they can learn to govern their creative businesses, and those of us who consume rather than create, we too will know what our limitations and obligations are in that regard. The bill has 154 sections, Madam Speaker, divided into 10 parts, and 1 schedule on collective management organizations. The parts concern preliminary matters, copyright, moral rights, ownership and assignment of rights, infringements of rights, exceptions to infringement, After 24 years, Madam Speaker, this bill modernizes the 2000 Copyright Act framework in 7 ways. Two, introduces a regime to protect copyright material in the online and digital environment. 3, introduces improvements to rights management systems to assist creatives in monitoring and enforcing their rights. 4, addresses legislative gaps, errors, and ambiguities that existed in the 2000 Copyright Act. 5, balances the rights of authors and creators by carving out legislative space to allow new infringement exceptions for the public good and some users. 6, lays the foundation and respecting intellectual property. And 7, it repeals the Copyright Act and the Copyright Specified Countries Order of 2018. Each of the objectives listed above will be explored in the future. There's removal of the requirement that works must be fixed to be protected. Traditional copyright law required that works must be fixed, which means that the work in tangible format, such as on paper, in a digital file on a computer, on canvas, etc. However, Section 4.2 of the bill provides that works shall be protected by the sole fact of their creation, and irrespective of their mode or form of expression, removing the fixation requirement. Cases that have resulted in the past could have different outcomes, and creative exhibitions and set designs could be protected from reproduction as well. However, if fixation is not present in a case where it can or should be, the absence of it wrote was copied is likely to fail if you don't have a fixed copy. An open matter subject list for eligible works that gives greater clarity on what is protected. The old Act just had the broad categories of eligible works, but Section 4 is clearer on what is subject to protection. The new bill also expands on what is not protectable. The status of protection for audiovisual works was unclear, since these works are more than sound recordings. And some with a smartphone are now expressly protected in Section 4. Following the Beijing Treaty on Audiovisual Performance, which is a treaty administered by WIPO, St. Kitts and Nevis has agreed to adopt the principles in that treaty and not only recognize audiovisual works, but also to extend including the right to make it available to the public by acts such as including it in a TV broadcast or putting it on YouTube or social media. I'll give you an example. My daughter is in Firefly's dance school. When the owner of that school, the head choreographer of that school, puts on a show, then the copyright in that show would lie with the choreographer. And therefore, if it was to be reproduced somewhere else, they could say of someone to have a copyright in creative activity. For live performances, performers have the right to be broadcast, the right to communicate to the public, and the right to be recorded. This is why, for example, at the Independence Concert in 2023, the free live stream ended just before broadcast. Performers can use these rights to their advantage by recording their performances and through copyright, attempt to control where their performances are broadcast. This is also why some theatrical shows prohibit phones from theaters. So for example, on review of some of the contracts for acts for the music festival, I noted that there were some of them whose in this contract says they should be, say, if I'm performing live, you cannot record me and then reproduce it in something else. Or, if I'm going to give up that right, you need to pay me more. So this modern act now gives our people the right to do that and to financially benefit from their creativity. The WIPO Copyright Treaty and the WIPO Performances and Phonograms Treaty the exercise of their rights, and against the removal or altering of information such as certain data that identify works or their authors necessary for the management, example, licensing, collecting of distribution of royalties of their rights. Part 9 of the bill covers these issues. Section 7(1)(e) is the right to communicate the work to the public. In the old Act, for example, communication to the public only extended to transmission over wire and wireless means, which courts have interpreted to cover traditional media formats such as radio and TV broadcasts. This is what happens when you have an old Act, Madam Speaker. In Nevis 11 is by our phones, over the internet. Times change, things evolve, so laws must also evolve. And this is what this bill is seeking to do. So in the old Act, it was radio and TV. However, the WCT and the WPPT which I referenced earlier, which are known collectively as the Internet Treaties, propose that states extend the definition of communication to the public to include making work 8 p.m. on Wednesdays to now streaming platforms that you can start and continue the series at your leisure. Times really have changed, Madam Speaker. I remember the days when you used to have to wait a week for the next episode. Yes, because I don't know when last I've seen a series. But times change, so laws should change, Madam Speaker. Also, this is very important, providing a national position on whether copyright protection extends to computer-generated work, for example, through AI models, like ChatGPT. During the consultations, a number of concerns were expressed by the public about the fact that some of which would be subject to copyright, may be able to receive copyright. The majority of the feedback returned against extending protection to those works, since the input of a human may be limited to a prompt that is not original a mashup of other people's work. Madam Speaker, I don't know if the general public has examined some of these AI tools, but one of them in particular that the government has access to is Copilot, because the government email system is tied to Microsoft. If you go into Copilot and you say, design a red and white flower on the beach, you type it in, it will generate 4 photograph options of a red and white flower in the prompt, and a computer system, AI, generated an output. It was not your intellect that created the output, so therefore you intellectual capability. The UK's position is that computer-generated work is owned by the person by whom the arrangements necessary for the creation of the work are undertaken. But this position has been rife with difficulty because it does not offer a clear pathway in determining whether the person is the person who entered the prompt, the person who created the AI model, or the person whose work was used in creating the output. Because naturally, what AI does is that it scours the internet. It has the knowledge of everything people have spoke about, all of the art throughout the world. And then it says, product. And I would not be surprised, Madam Speaker, if we have to come back here at the rate AI is developing exponentially. Because there might be different things that we have to consider. I was in a conference recently, and one of the foremost AI experts in the world from Oxford University said that AI is becoming smarter at such an exponential pace that we have no idea as humans how far it will go. And that is the reality of this thing. He said in 5 years, it's going to be as if it's 50,000 years in development of humans. That is how fast copyright laws, but all of our laws are going to have to be adjusted accordingly, because this is people need to become aware and start to understand what it is, because it is something we don't know what the end result is. But I have faith in the human beings, and I know there are going to be people who are going to use it for bad. They have already started. But I think that we're inherently good, and we're going to find the good things to do with it. And in relation to copyright, the decision was that if you created something through an AI system, you should not have a copyright in it. People even make songs from AI. I know somebody put in, create a song speaking about a red flower as if Drake had written that song. In St. Kitts and Nevis. And this is very important, because one of the first things that the registrar and I did our objectives and our common goal of protecting the rights of creatives, but also not costing people who have events out of their events, because there must be a balance. CMOs exist to manage and monitor the rights that creators have under copyright legislation. A CMO may deal with one or more rights, for example, the right to perform copyright-protected work in public, or the right to reproduce that work. The creators would transfer or license their rights to the CMO to allow them to give permission to users on their license for a fee and gain copyright permission to play multiple songs. Play. Bear in mind that many times the people who you see on stage or on a record is not the copyright holder, since songs have multiple writers and music composers whose faces were never seen. I like to use the example again of somebody in here. If Congress Maynard writes his music, composes his music, puts it together, and he owns 100% of a song. If I want to have a party in a bar and play only King Conress calypsos, I will need permission from King Conress. However, if King Conress went to Nevis and a song, and they all have a quarter ownership of that song. If I wanted to play that song, I would have to go to King Conress, Speedy, Easy, and Delhi, and get their permission and pay them each. What collective management organizations do is that King Conress would register, Easy, Speedy, and Delhi would register, and then that organization goes to the radio stations, goes to the promoters for events, goes to the bars, the hotels, and says, pay a fee to me so that you can use the whole catalog of Easy, Speedy, Delhi, and King Conress. You can play the music on the radio station. You can play it in the hotel lobby, hotel. You can play it in the party by a DJ. We will collect that money and then pay a portion of that money with this organization, and then they now collect fees from events like music festival and other fetes and parties, and then are supposed to pay out that money to the copyright owners. So the fees collected by CMOs are pooled, the administrative costs are deducted, and the remaining fees should be distributed to rights holders whose work was played. Those payments to the rights holders are called royalties. However, CMOs have been criticized in the conduct of their work, and they themselves have requested legislation and legislative recognition to assist their functions. The new CMO regulations, which are tied to this new bill, set the minimum standards that were required for a CMO to operate in St. Kitts and Nevis and provide clarity on what should and should not be done. These regulations help rights holders manage their rights by the creation of a. Most of the bills that we have brought to this House have some essence of transparency and accountability because we believe in good governance. This is a crucial block in building the orange economy, since CMOs are the easiest way for creators to receive royalties. Our IP registrar often says, joining a CMO won't make you famous, but you can't be famous and not join a CMO if you want as much of the royalties that may be due to you. The CMO regulations also supplement the existing jurisdiction of the High Court to hear matters relating to licenses. So in other words, Madam Speaker, what we're trying to do with the CMO regulations, which are part of this bill, is say to the creatives, we are going to keep an eye on the CMOs. They are not going to collect that money and not pay it to you because they have certain responsibilities that must be met before they can even act as a CMO. So this is really a protection Copyright Act, such as the clear right of police to request a copyright license, definition of specified country provided in the bill, clear demarcation between primary and secondary copyright infringement. And what we try to do with the bill is balance the right of authors and creators by carving out legislative space to allow new infringement exceptions for the public good and some users. So, there's an exception to copyright works for visually impaired persons. This exception originated from the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis will be proud to accede to the Marrakesh Treaty this year and facilitate greater access to accessible books for persons in St. Kitts and Nevis who are blind and otherwise visually impaired. That is one of our immediate plans. After WIPO treaties to Cabinet very soon, so that we can benefit our people, including our visually impaired people. There's an exception for non-commercial user-generated content. And as I said, the 5 treaties that this bill will lay the foundation for us to accede to are the Rome Convention for the Protection of Performers, Producers of Phonograms and Broadcasting Organizations, the WIPO Copyright Treaties, the WIPO Performance and Phonograms Treaty, the Beijing Treaty on Audiovisual Performance, and the Marrakesh Treaty about the visually impaired. The Act also repeals, naturally, the Copyright Act existing and the Copyright Specified Countries Order. There's also one schedule which includes the CMO regulations. So, Madam Speaker, that it understands the ongoing need for raising public awareness of copyright and other intellectual property matters. Therefore, as a public awareness campaign going forward after the passage of this bill, the office will continue to use its Facebook page to share regular information about IP news, including articles about popular culture, events related to IP, such as the one I mentioned earlier about Drake using his son's Google scribble on his album cover, and his son, who's underage, being able to benefit from the copyright of that scribble, which will go to his benefit when he becomes an adult. Partner with ministries such as the Creative Economy to access the creative community in St. Kitts and Nevis. Respond positively to requests from government agencies and private sector groups to present on IP. The presentation to churches on IP. Ministry. So, for example, open door policy for walk-ins at the IPO, host an awareness event, and work with our international partners to source training opportunity for government officials. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, what this very important bill does, it brings us into the modern world to facilitate the orange economy, to benefit our creatives so that they can monetize their talent, and that we can be seen as a modern country with respect to intellectual property rights, which will naturally augur to the benefit of all of our people, but mostly and most importantly, our creatives. Because in order to have a sustainable island state, you have to diversify the economy. And it's very important with all of the talent that we have. Our beautiful island. Number 10, who now knows that the poems that he wrote, he needs not register them anywhere. He owns the copyright to them. And if he wanted to put it in a book, nobody else could use his poems but him, and he could create his book and sell it. Just as our intellectual property registrar has written her book, and she has the copyright over her book. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that I've explained so that everyone can understand what we're trying to do with this modern copyright bill, and I therefore wish it safe passage.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to second the motion and the second reading of this bill. So, and contribute to hear from me as a minister responsible for the orange economy is great. As a minister, I recognize the vast potential. I dabbled a bit as well, Madam Speaker, with some songwriting, poetry writing, and the sorts, and some performances a bit as well. In fact, Madam Speaker, yes, correct. Madam Speaker, I was featured on the 2004 Music Festival as well as the 2007 and 8 Music Festival. But most importantly, I was able to get the credit of penning the global theme for UNESCO Small Island Voice, their global theme song, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand a bit about that. But for me, looking at it from this perspective, with the orange economy and what it means for our creatives and content creators, bringing this bill into the 21st century, as we would say. Because it's been some 24 years since this bill has been updated, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's consider what that means when we think about YouTube, which was created in 2005. So you understand, Madam Speaker, when we look at the dynamics and the development of the creative industry, we recognize that this bill was severely outdated. And Madam Speaker, St. Kitts is definitely on the rise when it comes to creative content development. Yes, if I just stand here and da 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 da, anywhere in the world you go, recognize that we must do everything in our powers to ensure that our creatives and content creators are protected. Now, the truth is, Madam Speaker, as you would have heard from the presentation of the mover of the bill, the government in itself is not directly responsible for regulating the payments for the creatives, but we must provide the legislative framework so that organizations such as ECHO can do the work to collect on their behalf. And this bill and the amendments attempt to do just that, Madam Deputy Speaker. The amendments of this bill will ensure that organizations such as ECHO can go and do the meaningful work that they were intended to do and collect on behalf of our creatives with some collective organization, and right now ECHO would be the most would be the one representing this region, Madam Deputy Speaker. But additionally, there's been some concern about these collective management, collective management organizations, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because we've seen where in the past there may have been some boundaries crossed and maybe some slight abuse of power. And we want to ensure that we also regulate them, Madam Speaker, so that they cannot abuse the authority and their power against our creators or against the society. And that may not have been in the right order or content. And the amendments within would help us to regulate them so that they act in accordance to their rightful power and authority and protect our people from them as well. So we are, on one hand, giving them the right authority to do their work, but ensuring that they can't step out of bounds and that our people are protected and that the society is run in the right way, Madam Deputy. But Madam Deputy, beyond the idea of ECHO and the work that ECHO does, there's also another part of this bill that is exciting for me. And I alluded to it in the beginning, and it is the development of the inclusion of the digital and internet platforms and the social media space. Because, Madam Speaker, many of our creators are not work. Again, when we look at areas like YouTube, and even as we go in, all of these platforms that help our creatives to monetize their work, we recognize that our laws prior to now, and hopefully this bill is passed today, would not have been in the right order to protect them, Madam Speaker. It would not have been in the right order to protect them, which means that someone could have taken their work, replicate their work online, and they could not do much about it locally and in our jurisdiction because the laws just never had the framework to protect that work. So, Madam Speaker, today we are here to fix that. The amendments in this bill today will rectify that. And our creators can be assured their digital platforms. But this has additional benefits, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because I know the Intellectual Property Office to ensure that platforms like YouTube can now recognize St. Kitts and Nevis for our creatives to earn money for play. Because you see, Madam Speaker, we are not listed. In fact, I am told and I understand that Jamaica might be the only country in the Caribbean that's legally listed to collect. But we want to be headed there. And the idea is that we would have liked to be first. But we will settle for a second in this case. First in the OECS. Yes. And WIPO, just last year, and talking about first, that was a global first, intellectual property in sports. And we were the first in the world, St. Kitts and Nevis. And so when we told people that we want to put St. Kitts back at #1, this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about. First launched that here just last year. In November, I think it was, right? Last November. But, Madam Speaker, this bill is important for our creative economy because we want to see our creatives earning their fair share of revenue. We have listed that as one of the pillars for the Sustainable Island State agenda because we recognize the vast potential for earning in the creative space. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, for me as a minister, it is indeed my pleasure to stand here and support this legislation. The AG would have given you some 20-some odd minutes of and we recognize how comprehensive the bill is, Madam Speaker. But with that, I really want to talk about our people, our artists. I want to see a highlight, a de jour. And their work being protected, knowing that we stood here today in the house of this parliament and ensure that we pass the right legislation to protect them in their work. That is what we are here for. Bringing all these archaic laws up to date. I mean, the AG has us here. How many bills have we passed for the time that we've been in office in the last 20 months? 40-something bills in 20 months. Administration, this A-team is doing as an administration. You understand how hard we are working, Madam Deputy Speaker. When it's not delivering water this morning, it's protecting the creatives in the afternoon. It's just work, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so as I stand here in support of this, you would have heard a glowing review on her from the Attorney General, and I wouldn't even begin to give my own review because I don't want to take all afternoon. But just know that I respect this young lady highly. And she deserves every respect. As the AG said, one of the hardest working persons in government. And I have to put some respect on that name, Williams Knight. and I must say, I was right there in Central Park. I must say. But, Madam Speaker, to register my support to this bill and wish it safe passage to its honorable house. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4. Any other presentations? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Okay. First, contributions. 20 minutes? No, just to say amen. Let's pass this bill. It has our full support, and we look forward to having our copyright protected. As an artist, of course, this is very important because sometimes we are stolen, in effect, from us and become big. I know that there are some potential situations like this where persons would have come, heard folk songs here in the Caribbean, and turned those folk songs in order to make millions. So this bill has my full blessing. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, to wrap up the bill, I just want to point out that during the committee stage, we intend to present, and we have presented to the members of this House, some minor amendments which came about because since the division, and they're not major changes, but I just wanted to put them on record. Amendments to Clause 2 to change the definition of sound recording, in Clause 4 to add works that have no human author, in Clause 7 to change copy to reproduce, in Clause 8 to slightly change the language of work shall subsist for the life of the author and shall expire at the by which you can have your copyright. So Conrads, Delhi, Easy, and Speedy will be happy to know that up to 70 years after their death, when you pass on, your family will be able to hold the copyright you have for that length of time. So that's something very important to point out. Other things, 13.6, director of audiovisual be author of audiovisual. 17.4, contract or estoppel, contract or rules of estoppel. 32.2, deleting the expression or it appears to the court. 43.1, changing injunction to injunctive relief. These are the types of changes, and I wanted to, for transparency and accountability, replacing it by saying comply with such conditions as the minister responsibility for customs and excise may prescribe. And those sorts of amendments, Madam Speaker, Clause 54, Clause 94.4, 128.2, once, because copyright is plural. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to say that because there was some talk in this House about consultation. We are the side of consultation. This is the 40th bill that we're going to pass in this Honourable House in 18 months, Madam Speaker. The 40th bill that is going to go through debates and be passed, Madam Speaker. And all 40 of them were change and upgrade all of our laws for the betterment of our people. When you look at the laws that were debated over the last couple of days, dealing with the gun crimes, creating the now creating an environment for the orange economy to thrive. This is the kind of hard work that we're putting in, Madam Speaker. And even after we table a bill, we are still open to changing a bill. We added, based on the member for Nevis 10's recommendation yesterday, the bill was adjusted, Madam Speaker. So we are the group that believes in consultation. Saying special thanks to Madam Registrar Jeanne Williams-Knight. It is through her push, her drive, her machinations in 2017 Copyright Act in the region, Madam Speaker. That is what we're doing today. And Madam Speaker, we could not get through these 2 days of the National Assembly without me thanking the team at the AGO. People think we have a big team, but it's just 3 of us. It's Chief Parliamentary Counsel, Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel, and myself. We are the ones that are doing all the work when it comes to the laws. So I have to thank them because I would not be able to come and we would not be able to pass 40 laws in 18 months if it wasn't for them. So I thank Karen and Alison, bottom of that, for getting us to this point. How many laws have we passed in 2 days? 6? 6. This one, 6? You know, we're doing work, Madam Speaker. And with that said, I wish to see the
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. The question is that the bill entitled Copyright Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for copyright and related rights and their protection, and to provide for related or incidental matters, otherwise known as the Copyright Bill 2024.
The bill entitled Copyright Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Proceed.
Clauses 1, 2, and 3.
The question is that clauses 1.
Yes, Madam Chair, there's an amendment to clause 2. Are we going to do it en bloc? Yes. Yes, I think we should. Yes. Maybe if we can just, I don't know, Madam Clerk, if you want to read out the clauses that are amended. Or? You can. Yes, I'll read them out then. Yes, so clause 2, clause 4, clause 7, clause 8, 13.6, 17.4, 32.2, 43.1, 50, subsection 6, subsection A, 54, 94, 4, 122, 129.2, 134, 153, and in the long title, Copyrights to Copyright, as circulated.
The question is that the amendments as circulated stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that.
Yes, Madam Chair, we're asking that in the title say copyright instead of copyrights. Instead of the plural. Yes, that's because it's plural in of itself, yes.
The question is that the title as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill shortly titled Copyright Bill 2024 has passed through committee stage with amendments, and I now move the bill shortly titled Copyright Bill 2024, be read a third time and passed.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
The question is that the bill entitled Copyright Bill 2024 those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for copyright, related rights, and protection, and to provide for related or incidental matters, otherwise known as the Copyright Bill 2020.
The bill entitled the Copyright Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Next item on the order.
Motions, resolutions.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lay SRNO 11 of 2024 before the National Assembly. 05, which provides the SRNO is subject to negative resolution. The SRNO was published in Extraordinary Gazette number 24 of 2024. Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to say again in this honorable House and to all of our citizens in St. Kitts and Nevis that let us support this amnesty fully, Madam Speaker. I'm calling on all citizens, NGOs, religious organizations, sporting organizations, members of parliament, whoever you are, that as a nation that we need to support fully, and to ask those in their possession any firearms and ammunition that are illegal. This gives an opportunity to really bring those. Contact your lawyer and pass those on to these persons or institutions that are considered to be the relevant persons or institution to handle this, Madam Speaker. I want to encourage all of us to do this, Madam Speaker. It is critical to say that we treasure and value the lives of our young men and our young people. We care about them, Speaker, and we want them to care about themselves as much as we care about them. We need, of course, to put a stop to this scourge so that it does not get any worse, and most of all, that we preserve the precious lives, Madam Speaker. I've said, Madam Speaker, we have an issue now in St. Kitts and Nevis where we are seeing the lowest rate, the lowest birth rate in our history, possibly. If you have less men than you should have, that may translate into less births, Madam Speaker. But these have development matters. And so, of course, you'd want people to be forming good relationships and multiplying and expanding the population and not acting to reduce it, Madam Speaker. There are wholesome things that we can be doing. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate strongly that we oppose having illicit firearms and ammunition. And we ask again that that our society, the whole of society, supports this, all parliamentarians as well. And finally, to say, we value life. The essence of this is because we believe each life is precious, Madam Speaker. May it please you, and
Honorable members, the Interpretation Act Cap 1.02 speaks to the relevant procedure for an SR which is subject to a negative resolution under Section 47. Next item on the order paper.
Adjournment.
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I wish to just give some brief statement here on the adjournment and just really take the time out to wish all the mothers, whether by nature or by nurture, as the representative for constituency number 4, I'll be hosting the mothers of my constituency to what we dub Sunset Soiree on the Green Tree Lawn tomorrow, starting from 4 p.m. And we intend to pamper our mothers with massage stations and food stations, EK the Real Right entertainment, and a bit of Dejour and Genesis Band, and a really nice event. So I'm inviting the mothers of Constituency 4 all out to our Sunday, but taking the time out to wish mothers everywhere Happy Mother's Day. Whether you're a mother by nature or by nurture, or a mother to be, Happy Mother's Day. And I wish
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I would like to join with my colleague in wishing mothers a very happy Mother's Day come Sunday. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite the mothers of constituency number 3 to what we are calling Sip, Paint and Pose at Sugar Apple in Fort Lands. We can sip a glass of nice wine with some food and paint with Von Anslin from Nevis and also Alcenada from constituency number 3, and have your photos taken by J. Black Photography. So it's on Sunday at 4 p.m. You would have to call 662-3300 to reserve your spot to be able to get a canvas. With Von Anslin and Alcenada at Sugar Apple on Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. We look forward to seeing the mothers of constituency number 3. I want to wish all the mothers, my mother and my wife in particular, a very happy Mother's Day for all that obviously you do for humankind. With that, I would like to move a motion. This Parliament adjourned. Sign, dine.
Seconder.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
The question is that this honorable house stands adjourned, signed aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable house stands adjourned.